Good morning. Happy New Year, everyone. Today is Friday, January 2nd. Almost had to talk me off the ledge. I would have bet you money that today was either Saturday or Monday, but not Friday. What in the world? Was I all goofed up with the holidays? I would have sworn that today was a Saturday morning, but nope. The markets are open. Thank goodness, and we are trading. Now, we went short five micro contracts, five micros on the NQ at the beginning of the week. Feels like it's been a month, hasn't it? What a week. And so we still have the same five micros, and hopefully we have them by the end of the day. And we got plenty of margin to carry. Um, the five micros represent, well, intraday probably a few grand in margin. So that's less than 10% of our account. That is very responsible. And to go overnight, it would be about 50%. So that's a little bit more than what we like, but we're okay with it. And but hopefully we will have grown the account, and it'll even be a less of a percentage. We'll let folks kind of find us here on January 2nd, Friday, at about 10:45. If you have any questions about who we are, what we're about, what the markets are doing, some of the big trades this morning are short gold, 5 minute, 28 5 minute segments ago, 8:30. You're up 3 grand. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. How about silver, 9:35, 2 grand on the short side. So they're coming under pressure a little bit. We got some nice volatility today. And again, if you get any questions, again, who we are, what we're about, what we're trying to do, you want to see some other views, let's go over here and take a peek at the classic Rinko. It's a pretty view. Look at that. Look at that. Whoa, man. There's a big fat one there. This is like $200 a brick there. Lots of volatility, lots of opportunity. What do they say? 90% of short putts, 90% of short putts don't go in the hole. You'll never know if you don't try. We're here. Any questions, let us know. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, the markets are open. They were open last night. The futures markets opened at 6 p.m. And let's go take a peek at what's happening here, right now. And let's go and bracket this. Here's the NQ, and we'll go ahead and bracket right here and put it right in here. How's that? That one? 10:15. 10:15 this morning. Merry Christmas. You're up 2,700 bucks if you took the trade, if you had it on your desktop. Let's take a look at the 5 minute VIX, 740. There's a little bit of fear, a little bit of concern. Not a whole lot, just enough, just a little bit to give us some selling. 10:15 is a grand. 8:20 there's 7,750. 8 a.m. 255. Look at gold. 8:30 this morning. 8:30. They're in a selling mood. 3,500 bucks. 9:35. 4,200. Do that a couple of times a month. Do it a couple of times a week. Have 5 to 7 markets that you like to trade. Stay within yourself. Stay patient. Stay disciplined. Stay with it. Learn to trade your game. I'm bagging on at Stock Market Caddy. We punched up a little early because, quite frankly, I was in great spirits this morning. Um, Not when I first woke up. When I first woke up, I was convinced it was Saturday. Did you have that? And I was like, oh man, it's Saturday. No trading today. I was a little bummed. I really, I wanted to watch the markets. I wanted to do some trading. And then I realized, courtesy of a phone call, that it wasn't Friday. I'm sorry, Saturday. It was Friday. And I could get in the seat. So here we be. So whatever it is you're doing, you're taking down Christmas lights. We'll be doing that too. But this is a beautiful thing. From 10:15, we punched up right at about this time. Now we're not not here to hand out the fish, but we're here to show you how we go about fishing. It's really the first trading day of 2026. Is this the year for you? Let us know if we can help you. We think we can. I'm bagging on at Stock Market Caddy. We'll be here. Okay, so let's give you a view. Let's give everyone a view that are coming in January 2nd and all this pent up. And I don't want to sell, I don't want to sell, I don't want to pay the tax. Well, they're always going to have to pay the tax. They wanted to defer some of the tax, but they came in and they're a little bit eager to take some profits. So let's take a look. Here's the 5-minute VIX at 7:40 this morning. At 7:40, the VIX, if you just sit back in your chair, have a little piece of banana bread, your cup of coffee, a little, just relax, and you say, they're a little concerned, and maybe I might want to favor the short side. So let's just wait and see. Let's let the market open. And that's when we punched up. We punched up, it was about 10:15, but I put in here 10:30. Check this out. 10:15. 10:15. Now, we have had the same 5 micros short through Christmas, through New Year's. Thank goodness. No, no terrorism, no nothing, but I was comfortable more being short than long. And we said we're going to hold those 5 micros until hopefully the end of today, maybe even into the weekend. By the way, how much margin is 5 micros? Overnight margin is about 16 grand. Intraday margin's about 3 grand. Could we put on more? Yes. Are we going to? No. Right? Not a bad week, right? Beginning balance 30 grand. We don't count the money before the deal is done, but we are up about 3,500. Not bad. And when you can learn to do this and have available to you, if you have the available, it doesn't have to be 5 micros, could be 1, could be a mini, could be 10 minis, it's all scalable. But when you can do this with, 5 to 7 markets, so let's take a look and see what's going on. The ES contract at 10:15, you'd be up 1,300 on a mini. If you had a mini on the NQ1, you'd be up 4,600. You had 10 of them, you're up 46 grand. You could go to St. Moritz, you could go to Bart's, you could, 820, 455. The Russell short, 8 o'clock. Look at gold, 830, 830, 5 grand. They're selling some gold. 935 on silver. 935. Are you shitting me, bagger? No, I'm not. 9,500. Is silver one of your 7 markets? Yep. Is now. You don't have to stay with the same. Although Susie likes to trade soybean meal, likes to trade corn. Gold, we love to trade as well. Now we keep this view up here primarily on the NASDAQ. Beautiful thing. I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. Going to be a great year. Going to be a great year. So I don't know, unless you're in the daycare business here in the United States. If you're opening up daycare, centers and ripping the federal government off millions of dollars, maybe some home health care business, hey, that's a good rip-off business. We're also seeing stories about Section 8 housing, people buying $1 million homes and submitting their mortgage payments in for Section 8 housing government. I mean, what in the world is going on here in America? I mean, no border control and just come on in and just rip us off. I don't think so. I don't think so. That's, I don't know. I think this could be the year that, Americans need to wake up. Wake up. We're being ripped off. And these folks that have been doing this fraud, I don't care if they're congressmen or senators, but probably not senators, but little Miss Ileana. Oh, God. Minnesota, Maine. It's not. I don't think it's happening in Florida. I don't think so. Thank goodness for Governor DeSantis, but I don't think he wouldn't put up with it. Unbelievable what we're seeing and hearing about. Oh, let me just grab this quick call. Be right back with you. Sorry about that, folks. So let's just look at available profits. Available profits 1,000, 4,000. We won't even count that. Won't count that. 5 grand, 9 grand, 800, 1,000. Your job, my job, our job is to come in and get in the beginning $100 a day. $100 a day. You got 20 trading days a month. Take Fridays off. 100. That's your job. That's my job. It's 2,000 a month. 6 months, you got 12 extra grand. Increase your margin just a little bit. Just a little bit. Try to get 150, 200. Drill, drill, drill. It should become extremely boring. It is boring. Of course, I love it, but boring is good. I will have folks say, Don, you are there all the time? Yeah, more or less. Yeah. I love it. It's like, you ever see the guy, I have a neighbor, he's a bass fisherman. That son of a bitch loves to bass fish. I tell you what, he is always bass fishing. Gets up at about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, even during the holidays, hooks up that bass boat, picks up a couple of buddies, and away they go. They'll be gone all day. He would be fishing every single day if he could. I have another neighbor. He tees off, I swear, every single day. We got a course nearby. He is the first, him and his buddies, they tee off number one every single day. Every single day. Number one. Plays the same course every single day. Done it for years. He loves what he does. We love what we do. Is it boring? Yeah, it is. It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. 5 micros. $3,000 this week. 3 grand. Right here. If we stopped right here, right now, but we're not. 3 grand. Put together just 10, 15, 20 of those weeks. The biggest concern I'm going to have for you is you're going to over leverage. You're going to say, shit, I did that with 5 micros. If I did that with 5 minis, I would have made 60 grand. I would have made 150 grand, 200 grand, 300 grand. And the little greedy voice starts talking in your ear. Don't let the Mr. Greedy voice talk in your ear. Or the Mr. Doubtful guy. Right? Just stay the course, right? Play the course. Bag it on, Stock Market Caddy. Any questions, let us know. We're going to slide over and let's take a peek at this little guy right here. Let's bring this into view. There we go. Where are my little buttons? Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that, but they're a little bit. Let's see here. Can we do this? There we go. Looks a little better. You just do this to dress that up here a little bit. There we go. Nice big trades here. Look at these C points. Each brick here, if you're trading a mini, each one is let's see, I think it's about $200 each one. Could you have made 200? Yeah. Could you have made 200? Yeah. 200, 200, 200, 200. If you wanted to play with a 9-iron, absolutely. Let's go look at where are the daily pivots. Let me slide this over and show you. Let's come back to the ES. Do I have the daily? There they are. There they are. They're hiding over there. I can only show you with this 1980 screen. So the daily pivot on the ES is 6911.42. What is the, I'm sorry, what is the daily pivot for the NQ? It is, let's slide this out of the way. Oh, shoot, Donald. There it is. 25,534. That's the daily pivot. Notice how the price action loves to hang in between the S1 and the R1, right on the pivot. It's when we get out here and out here that it wants to swing back toward the daily pivot. If you have those numbers at your fingertip and have a program to help you identify them, then you can get in here and get out. We're running another program on silver. We're going to be bringing this up to view too. Absolutely incredible. It's pocketed of over $12,000 here today. It's running really, really nice. And we'll keep our members apprised of that. We'll keep you posted. Any questions, who we are, what we're about, let us know. It's already 11:36. And maybe I should highlight that up here, get that off. And the Russell is trying to go along a little bit unusual here. Let us know. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 12:41, first day of the year, and we're gonna let you watch. Not a lot of folks. I guess maybe they're at the malls getting those Black Friday sales. I don't know, but we're here, and it's a beautiful thing. We're off to a very nice start this year. Hope you are too. Any questions? Let us know. The As we gear up for the conclusion of the holiday period and we get underway for next year, the more people that we have tuning in and the more questions we have, the more apt we are to punch up on YouTube. But try to look for us. We'll try to spread the word about middle part of the day. But you never know. We could punch up at night. We could give you a free one overnight. And so if you push the notification button on YouTube, you'll know, and you get a chance to watch our flagship product. Let's go take a look at the beautiful little Renko chart. Here's the 5 minute on a 5 minute. I'm sorry, I was thinking it was on a tick chart. It's 5 minute, and beautiful C points here. By the way, beautiful. Any questions? Let us know. Once again, we'll say good afternoon. We're busy in the background doing a number of things. Eager to get going this year, and hope you're doing well. Swing Machine is off to a beautiful start. By the way, we've been short. We're not doing a whole lot of active trading. Could be today, really, some really nice trades. But we opted to get short 5 micro contracts before Christmas. Actually, was it before Christmas? No, it was on Monday of this week. So I'm losing track of time here between Christmas and New Year's, and we're still holding the 5, and we plan on holding them hopefully into the close, into next week. We really think that this first week of January, these markets are coming back in, but there's some phenomenal trading going on. So for 5 micros, and let me just share with everybody, 5 micros overnight margin is about 16,000. A little bit more than 50% of this account value, a little bit higher than I would want to do normally, but I was okay with it. We had it managed. We were okay. We prefer to keep the use of margin when we go overnight to about 30%, 30-40% of the account, usually. Not much more than half. If when we're trading intraday, I mean, what a gift. I mean, it's enticing. They give you the rope to hang yourself. You just don't want to use it all. The margin that we're using at this hour, at this time, is probably about 3 or 4 grand, thereabouts. They give us almost like 90% margin. So only have to put up 10% of the capital. So could we do more? Could we leverage in with 5 more? Could we? Yeah, yes. But we have all year, right? It's a new year. It is a new dawn. Bublé. I won't sing it, but new opportunities. Phenomenal trading. Now, I suppose if you want to open up a daycare center, do a little home health care, do some needless surgery. Did you see the story about the guy? I was just telling Susie. I cut my teeth, excuse the pun, but in surgery for 20 some odd years, teaching, plus that 25 years, teaching surgeons to work with some of the most advanced surgery of the day. It was known. It was known. And I said this, I didn't like it. But female surgery, hysterectomies and so forth, a lot of it's unnecessary. Not saying all of it, but a lot of it, very unnecessary. Did you see the story coming out of middle part of the country, or middle, I think it was Virginia? Surgeon, arrested, convicted. They ought to lock him up, throw away the key. He got 56 years for doing needless surgery, over 500 hysterectomy procedures. There's more. There's a lot more to that. Just like, the daycare and everything else. Absolutely obscene. Disgusting. And I knew some of them. I did. They were friends of mine, but I knew. And there's a lot more of that. Unnecessary surgery just to get a buck. What about the hospital? They knew. What about the general surgery staff, the OBGYN staff? They had to know. It's gross. So, any case, all these stories, I hope, I don't know, I'm not terribly optimistic, but from the daycare centers, because not only is it wasteful and all of that, and certainly the surgery is just obscene. I mean, that's just, he should have got life without parole. Send the message to the rest of them. You do that sort of thing. Very distrustful situation. But there are families out there obviously that need daycare. To think that these maggots are ripping off the system, stealing from the taxpayers, and then stealing from families that need daycare is disgusting. and it should be disgusting to all of us. But we'll see. We'll see if they, any of them are going to deal with it. They need to be put in prison a long time, long time. So, in any case, Happy New Year. Oh, I don't know, my soapbox. Saw those stories coming out over the holiday. Just disgusting. It's not just in Minnesota, and it's not just in Maine, and it's not, it's a lot of those blue states, California. You can imagine. It's just gross, gross. I'm sure we get it in Florida too, but I don't think to the same extent. But it's the theft, yes, but it's also for the folks that need that are getting really ripped off, and that's what's obscene. And the people who need to be able to trust their surgeons and trust the healthcare community, when you get people in there that just are doing it to rip them off, it's disgusting to me. And I knew that young. I knew that young. We all did. Um, we weren't in a position. I mean, we could see, we could know, be like, this person really need that hysterectomy. But any case, 56 years. Good riddance to him. By the way, I'm Bagadon, the stock market caddy. We're not we're not a touting service, right? We're not touting stocks. We're not making recommendations to buy or sell anything. We're not. Nope. We say this, ad nauseum, right? We're not. We don't make any claims. We don't. And I had a person say, I've repeated this, what the hell are you doing? Why are you on YouTube? Now, he didn't talk to me, but he wrote to me. What are you on YouTube for? If you don't give us any trades and you don't make any claims, what the hell are you? Why are you wasting my time? And I never heard from him again. Just perfect. We're a mentoring service. A mentoring service. We're here to help teach those few and their few. That's why we don't have, 5,000 people listening, if this was, a gambling show talking about the Rose Bowl, a bunch of guys, yeah, the quarterback, he should have done this and he should have done that and the ref should have said this, we'd have thousands of people, right? If it was a crime show, yeah, I think, you know what they're watching, which is fine, right? I listen to some of that stuff, right? I listen, when I'm doing our programming and but it's so at time if that's all you're doing, you know, playing video games, it's just so unproductive, right? Here where this is a mentoring service to help you become in one with the markets so that you can produce an income for you, for your family, day in, day out, right? Now I know, everybody, wants to know what's going to be the big market. Don, I got 100, and I'm facetious here. I got $100,000 and I want to put $100,000 to work this year so that next year I can have, 200,000, 500,000. Don, should I put $100,000 into, Solana? Have you seen that one, Solana, the crypto? Somebody bought it for $350 a coin, and now it's like, 130. That's real losses, real money losses. Um, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. They do it year after year. Had a gentleman. Let me read something to you. This was a little amusing. I hope if the gentleman's listening, I'm not going to mention. At least he wrote, right? He asked the question. So if he is listening, I don't mean offense to it. But this is the sort of thing that we will get. Let me see if I can go find it. Let's see here. Let's see. No, that's not it. But we get so many. I get them every day, every day. But I hope you're getting it done with whatever it is you're doing. Okay, so let's see here. I know where he's at. I can find it this way. Okay, so this is the gentleman's note, and again, his first name is Justin. I won't mention the last name. First name, and he writes, and like I say, we just get dozens of these every certainly every day, and certainly every week. And the message is, "Hi there, I am Justin. I actively do trade over the last 2 years, but I have not make any profit and lost some money. So I decided to trade using algos. My question is, what platform should I use and what instruments should I trade?" Now, I think he just banged it out real fast because I'm not sure about the grammar, but I'm not commenting about the grammar, right? Then banged it out. Sometimes I bang out notes that don't read so well when you just bang it out. But but he says I actively trade over the last 2 years. I haven't made any money. 2 years, I haven't made any. And I lost some money. Some. Didn't make any money. Lost some money. Doesn't even know how to keep score. Right? Doesn't know anything about what profit factor is. Nothing. Just wasted 2 years of his life. So I decided to trade using some algos. Oh, okay. So he can't trade, right? He doesn't know how to trade. He doesn't know what trading is, doesn't know what it's about. He wasted 2 years of his life, presumably. And then it says, well, I'm gonna trade some algos. Doesn't say if he's successful. The problem is that the algos alone are not going to make you successful. What? You mean if I get swing machine, I may not be successful? No, you may not be. You got to learn. You got to learn to trade. You got to learn to manage the risk. You got to put in some time. Got to learn. So the question is, what platform should I use? And what instruments should I trade? Asking the wrong questions. Obviously doesn't know what he doesn't know. So if that's you, or if someone's passing by, I don't think it's the folks that are here today, but in case, but if someone hears it later, get in whenever you're doing something first, that it's a risky endeavor. Get an education first. Get the education first. But I don't want to spend the time. A lot of times it's not the money. We hear more often than not, I don't have the time. And I immediately shut down on that. I'm like, okay, that's good. Because if you don't have the time, then I don't have the time. I mean, it's like, okay, I don't even, I mean, when I hear that, when a person says that, and I assume that that's true, and I assume they don't have the time. But it also means they probably don't have the interest, they don't have the passion, because it's amazing what they do have time for. I had one gentleman say that to me, but yet he would, and he didn't. He just didn't work at it. But he would go hunting like for 2 or 3 weeks. They would go duck hunting out in the Midwest like for 2 or 3 weeks in a blind, sit there and go duck hunting. Have time to do that. And that's fine. I mean, if that's your passion, you want to go duck hunting. I think I don't know if I'd want to shoot a duck, but I'm sure it's fun. But you make time for what it is you want to do. I think that if you commit the time and effort into expanding your experience to expand your income, and you do it at a younger age, you'll probably have a lot more time to go duck hunting. If you think about it. But everyone just wants to go duck hunting. I'm being a little facetious, but so my suggestion is to Justin is what it is to everybody. Stop. Just stop it. Stop what you're doing. Stop buying and selling and buying and wasting time. You can't get it back. He wasted 2 years. You can't get it back. But he can stop. So stop. That's number one. Then number two, think about what you've done right and what you've done wrong. He might, and this is the thing, I don't know. He might be very, very close to turning the corner. Chances are he isn't, but he could be, but he doesn't know. So it doesn't have to be me, but you have to get with a person who is trading for a living day in and day out. If you can find one that you can trust and that will give you their time. Because in the end, it's just time, folks. So Justin, if you can find that person, find them. And then, if you can afford him or her, spend time with them. Hopefully they will ask you, as I would ask you, Justin, what have you been doing for the last 2 years? Specifically, you've been doing this, have you been doing that? I got a whole list of questions that it may take me 1 or 2 days to work with you to find out what you've been doing and not doing. And we're going to encourage you to keep doing the positive things, and then we're going to instruct you to stop doing the negative things. And we're going to replace the negative things with good things, is the plan. But it isn't automatic. Don't want to give anyone the impression that, it's January 2nd and I want to lose 75 pounds. Okay. I think I'm on a diet, and not work at it. The gyms are full of those people, right? At the beginning of the year. It's a lifestyle choice. So you've got to, so my recommendation is for everybody, whether you come to us or not, and that's fine, is to stop what it is you're doing. Think about what you've been doing. Analyze it. If you don't have the skill set to analyze it, if you don't know what's been working, what isn't, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. If you go out on the golf course and you shag golf balls right, left, right, all over the place, and you've been doing that for year after year after year, and I say to you, well, what's working? I don't know. Do you hit the ball left, right? Yeah, both. I don't know. How's your putting game? I don't know. I mean, what's the point? What is the point? I mean, this is some tough love here at the first of the year, right? What is the point of this? The point of us, we're not here to waste anybody's time, least of all mine, right? You may not value your time just in 2 years. 2 years is a long time to be doing something that's not productive. But it's okay It's okay to spend 2 years if you're broken even, provided you have learned something. Something. But if you've not learned anything on top of it, oh man, and lost money, that's not good. It just isn't good. But I can't do this for you. I can give you the education. I can give you the tools. I can give you the direction. I can't give you confidence. And the confidence comes from successful execution. Shooting the duck down. If you go duck hunting, out in Nebraska, out in the fields, or quail hunting, whatever it is they hunt, and you spend a lot of money and you get out there and you got the dogs, you got the gear, you got the gun, and you go out there for 2 or 3 weeks every year or more, and you don't come back with any birds. That's no fun, right? Presumably, maybe it is. Sit there in the cold, but you want successful execution. There was a story this morning. Horrible story. Person went diving. 41-year-old man. He's 40 feet under the water, which isn't a lot, right? 30, 40 feet. It's not a lot. But he had a panic attack. Did you see the story? Down in the islands? Probably did one of those hotel pool things. Right? Probably learned how to dive in the morning at some hotel pool. And then, how hard can that be? And they strapped a regulator on him. He strapped it on himself, and he got down 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 feet underwater. And then he had a panic attack. Presumably, he thought he couldn't breathe, or it just wasn't getting enough air. Had a panic attack, you want air. What did he do? He ripped the regulator off and started swimming to the top, 40 feet. Well, you're not going to make it. And you got to self-regulate as you come up. But he didn't even make it. He drowned. Who the hell let him do that? But you can do that. You can do it, right? There are people that drove drunk over New Year's, right? We're going to see the headlines and hear the stories about them all, They do it every year. We don't want any drunk trading. We don't want anybody trading that hasn't schooled themselves. We will give you the instruction. We will give you the tools. We will give you the setups, the approach, but then you got a job to do. You're going to have to practice. You're going to have to work at it. It's not that hard. It isn't. As long as you have a mature perspective, a mature approach and attitude about it. And most people don't want to be bothered. They just don't. They want to. There are some people that want to work for someone else. Just want to show up, punch a clock, get paid, come home, eat, watch something stupid on TV. Get to Friday, stop off, get a case of beer. Start drinking. Start watching fantasy football on a Saturday or a Sunday, and go back and rinse and repeat and do it over and over again. I'd rather not. I'd rather not have to travel. I'd rather not have to have a boss. I'd rather not. And I'd rather not do that so much that when you want to, and this is that time of year where you want to break a bad habit, you got to replace the bad habit with a good habit. You hear that all the time, and it's true. It's true, and it's true in trading. But you want to rip that regulator off? You want to get to the top really, really fast? Okay, then go ahead. Not my suggestion, but there'll be others that they'll push that button and they'll buy the S&P. Honey, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to take the $500,000 that I've saved in our 401k and I'm going to put it into Solana. I'm going to put it into Bitcoin. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to put it into silver. I'm going to just, and the hell with it. And that's what I'm going to do. Okay, well, go for it. Have a good time. Not a good idea. I'm just telling you, not a good idea. Not a good idea to go 40 feet under the water, God forbid, I mean, man alive, without being a certified diver, right? I mean, I tell the story, so, but I remember, when we were getting certified, we had to go up into the springs. So I never really panicked, right? But I never was quite relaxed diving because I always had eyes on Susan, right? You buddy dive, right? You keep eyes on each other. I'm not so sure Susie had her eyes on me, but I constantly had my eyes on her. But we were up at a spring up in north of Ocala. I think it was the Jenny Spring, and the water's super clear, nice time. And so we were getting certified. The diving course was, if I remember correctly, I think it was over a few weeks, right? You went 2 or 3 times, and and even then you gotta practice. And so, but I was in the spring, and I got caught up in maybe they did it on purpose, although I don't remember Susan doing this, but I got caught up like in weeds. But I'm underwater, not really deep, but enough to probably drown, probably 15, 20 feet. And I was in all these weeds, and I couldn't tell up from down, and it was restricting. It was restrictive. Now, if I panicked, that probably wasn't going to be a good thing, because I mean, I could have been started thrashing about. Presumably, Susie probably couldn't even see me. I don't know. She said she could later, but she didn't understand. But in my mask, I had all these weeds all around my mask, all around my head, so I couldn't tell up from down. But we had been told, we had been taught that if you got yourself into a position from whatever, first thing is just is to relax, right? Not to panic. Relax. Take deep, control breaths. You're going to be okay. And just relax. And then try to get visualization on your bubbles. Because the bubbles that are coming out from your regulator they're little carbon dioxide bubbles, will float to the top. And so if you see the direction of your bubbles, top from bottom. And that's what I had to do. I just stopped, I relaxed, and I'll be honest that when I looked and I saw my bubbles going in a direction that was obviously up, it wasn't the direction that I thought, right? I kind of thought that what was down was up. I mean, I was totally inverted, or had a case of vertigo. That's not going to be good when you're diving if you can't tell up from down, down from up. That's not going to be really good if you're flying an airplane. There's probably some other endeavors I can't think of at the moment other than trading. You can't tell up from down, down from up. I've seen traders, by the way, get really pissed off in their home machines. I've seen it. I don't do it any longer. I used to in years and years ago. In the Florida area, I sometimes, but I don't do it anymore. I would go to a person's home office, and I remember one time, person just got really pissed off even with me sitting there, and just like threw the trade on. "Nah, I'm just gonna like manhandle it." Oh, that's not gonna work. That's not a good idea. That's what they call revenge trading, or just gonna manhandle it. Um, it just makes it worse. And even if a person does do something like that, and the trade goes their direction and they get away with it, they don't really learn anything, right? So you really do need to have, as I take a deep breath, a business demeanor. What do I mean by that? The only thing I can think of is maybe like a courtroom demeanor. If you've ever had to interact, and I did in my professional life, my business life, with our corporate attorneys, and they were always, you know, they just had a business demeanor about them. They didn't seem to get, um, fired up one way or the other, which I suppose is what you want, right? Right? With a lawyer, or you see it on TV, a courtroom lawyer got a business demeanor. So, I mean, what we're not, I see it. I see it online, these trading rooms, and they got the little hearts going up and down. Everyone's like, oh, high-fiving each other. Oh, look what I made. That's actually counterproductive. That's not what you want to be doing. I'd rather it be my office. I mean, you think about it, but, you know, whatever you got to do to be calm, collected, cool, quiet, disciplined, patient. Even if you got to wait a day, maybe can you sit and wait out a day? Or you got to make it all like right now. You know, if you got that bug, it's going to, you know, well, the first step is being aware of it, right? So, change your behavior. I'm bagging on. This is Stock Market Caddy. If I can help you, well, I know that we can. The question is whether or not a person, wants to do it. And there is a cost, right? But we think that the cost is extremely reasonable because the value is there. There's another service which I don't want to even comment on. They're in every major city. Um, but, and I don't suggest that you do it, but it's like ten to $12,000 a week to learn how to trade stocks. $10,000 to $12,000 a week to learn how to trade futures. $10,000 to $12,000 a week to learn how to trade Forex. $10,000 to $12,000 a week. This is years ago, so they may have gone up, maybe 15,000 to learn how to trade options. But if you want to pay them, 40 or $50,000, you can get all of them put together, and you can come back and take all the classes you want. Folks, I mean, if you want to do that, so I think what we offer, it's 3+ weeks. We're going to simply teach how to trade. And you want to trade futures? You want to trade stocks? You want to trade options? No, options a little bit more. The issue and the problem with options, not a problem, but they take longer to play out, right? You want to invest? So I think it's good value. Um, but our membership is set up trying to give everyone the opportunity to say no. Yet, no. This isn't what I want to do. I don't want to do this. This isn't, enjoyable to me. This isn't fun. It's a source of frustration. If it is, then you probably don't want to do it, right? I don't think you want to go underneath the water if you have a fear, a phobia of water. I don't think you want to go up in an airplane if you have a phobia of heights. Don't think that's a good idea. But if you have some skepticism, that's good. Skepticism to me is a critical thinker. So having skepticism about diving is good. Skepticism about flying an airplane is good. Skepticism about trading, it's good. It's going to keep you from getting killed. Makes sense? All right. All right. All right, we'll let you watch. We'll be nearby. We're staying short, folks. We're staying right on it. And I'm not going to be concerned about Tomorrow's Saturday. I had to think about it for a minute, right? Jesus. Last night again, thought it was Sunday. This morning I thought it was Saturday. I was all goofed up. So I'm in such a routine, right? Um, but oh, that's where I was. What I was going to say. Um, I don't worry about what I'm going to do on Monday or Tuesday or the Monday after or the Wednesday after that or what am I going to do in June or every day is a fresh day. It's a fresh trading day. It's a new opportunity. Some will be great, some won't. Some, it is what it is. And been doing this long enough that somehow, some way, but it's a very methodical way, at the end of this year in 2026, the annual memberships for Stock Market Caddy will most likely come to a close around November, right around November. And we'll take December, much of December off. And it's a beautiful thing. And we'll have a great, hopefully a nice, profitable and healthy year. I wish you is that I wish that for everyone and for you. And so I'm the first person to say if you're getting it done from one year to the next, whatever it is you're doing, just keep doing it. And you're enjoying yourself and you're having a good time, keep doing it. If you're not and you want to change that behavior and you want to learn, to the gentleman Justin, you don't want to waste any more time and any more, give us a shout. We'll try to help you out. We'll be nearby. Any questions, let us know. Happy New Year, everyone. We'll take a look at things here. Bear with me. So let's take a look at here the VIX. Um, so it must have turned down. I can't say that I saw it right at that moment, but it must have turned down. And because it's now on a 5 minute, is now turned back up at 12:45 long, which means the market is most likely going to. It is defensive and going to stay defensive. This 1015 is still here. It was up a few $100s, then it was up $1,000. Now it's up $2,000. You never know, right? You never know how high the money will go. There's Ted drinking up a storm. These dogs drink a lot of water, man. I swear they must drink between the two of them in a day. We have a water filtration system for the house, and so they get filtered water. We fill that thing. It's a gallon. They drink those two Goldens. They drink between the two of them a gallon of water a day. Amazing. Noisy drinkers too. Noisy eaters. But you never know how high it's going to run up. So we want positive outliers. We don't want positive um, or really big negative outliers. Look at the NQ. Big moves here. All right, that's from 1015. It was up 2,000, then it was up 3,000, then it was up 5,000. Now it's up 6. I don't know. It might be up 10,000. Right? Beautiful thing. Now, if you're making decisions, see, if you're making decisions purely on the money, and you want to discount those diving lessons, right? You want your emotions to take over? You want to go diving on your emotions? Is that what you want to do? I don't think, the few folks that are here are doing that, right? But there might be others that hear this video later, maybe not. Most probably won't. And they in their mind, remember the other day we were doing this and somebody must have punched us up in one of those crypto rooms, and like 45 people show up. I presumably could have been algos, and I said something probably negative about crypto, and the next thing you know, they all fly off the handle and they all go someplace else. They're like butterflies, like just, they get the attention span of a gnat. You know, it they're going to do what they're going to do. Whether they're trading crypto, they're trading beanie babies, whether they're trading, I don't know, memes, meme stocks, meme coins. It is what it is. We're not here trying to save the world here. We're just here as a mentor to help folks that want to, trade these markets, make a nice buck, and have a nice life. Beautiful thing. We're staying short, folks. We are staying short. We changed the print to white on this one. On the red, it shows up better on our live view. I didn't want to make these white because, but black, what we have found out is, even though we have high def monitors, black on red, evidently, when you shoot it to go live, this is, yeah, I guess even with movies and stuff, it's very hard for the eye, and something to do with the resolution. I'm not sure that I fully understand it. I mean, we worked really hard, so you'll see like maybe it's not on my screen. It's very crisp. On your screen, it should be very crisp. But on YouTube, red or black on red, or even red on black, there's something about it that even they say that it fools the eye. It's not as distinct, but the white, of course, is pretty good. Anywho, any questions? Let us know. We'll let you watch. We're getting a nice sell-off. Now, there is an old saying that I do think that there's a little bit of credence to, as goes the first week of January, so goes the year. So we're going to stay. Our plan is to stay short these markets right to the close. I don't care how much. Do care if I'm down, but I don't think that isn't going to be the case. And I don't care how much we're up, but we're staying short going into next week. I'm seeing, you will see, rather disturbing but not surprising, right? We've all heard about the disastrous fire. I think it was over in Switzerland in a dance club, and now the videos are coming out, and it shows in the dance club the fire starting on the roof of the dance floor. And there is a person obviously filming because they now have the video. And then in the video is a person dancing, holding up their cell phone and filming the fire. Um, I don't know. I mean, that's you got the little hairs on the back of your neck for a reason. It's instinct, right? And you've got to you've got to trust your instincts. You know, you just do. And that's the problem. Like this market right now, it's like one big dance hall, right? It's one big dance hall, and everybody's dancing. Everyone's having a good time. Market's at its highs. Everyone's rich. Everyone. Um, some are gonna get out, and some aren't. We will get out. Rest assured. Always got one view on the exit. Every time we trade, every time we put on a trade, whether it be mechanical or algorithmic, much easier. There is one exit, if not two or three or more exits to get out. But heartbreaking to see. It's the same thing. It's like the 9/11 thing. Everything is okay. You got a voice comes over the intercom. Everything is okay. You can go back to your cubicle now. Are you going back? Everything is okay. Everything is okay. I'm not saying that everything isn't okay. I'm just saying you gotta trust your instincts, and you gotta play, and you gotta, especially especially with risky endeavor. Now, I wouldn't think dancing in a nightclub is risky endeavor. You wouldn't think so, but in a crowded environment of any kind in today's world, I think you gotta be thinking about, like, well, how am I going to get out of here if I need to, right? How am I going to get out of this trade if I need to? Do you see this here? This is the S2. Here's the S1. Can't break through the S2 reaction off of it. Each one of these bricks is 200 bucks, 200, 400, 600. If you wanted to play that way, we're going to sit tight. Can she get back up to the pivot? Do you need a chart to see these? Not really. Why? Because we can see them here. Let me slide over. See, I can't make the screens wide on YouTube because they don't accommodate wide screens. Do you see the pivot? This is it right here. 25 534. Where's the S1? 25 351. Where's the S2? 25 246. Right? And she's just in between here. We're at 25. Let me look here. 25 328. Let me make sure of something here. No, 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 no. Excuse me. That's not where she's trading. She's trading at, let's see, 25. She's trading at 25,603. So let's go back to the pivot. 25,603. Yeah, so she's in between. If she gets over 639, she'll be over the R1. She's right on the pivot. That let's go back here. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see here. 25. It should be an exact match. Let's double check here. NQH 26 25 534. Pivot. Let's make sure they match. Yeah, there it is. 25 534. Should be exact. So we can see the pivot information on a chart of any kind. Doesn't have to be a time, could be a Renko, could be a point and figure, but we can also see it on the radar. I'm sorry that you can't see it all in one glance. If we sized it that way, see YouTube is high def sizing is 1920 by 1080, and if we take our widescreen and compress it down for that view, then all the numbers get a little distorted. So that's maybe one day they'll accommodate widescreen. But of course, if you have screens that are nice and large and widescreen, even bigger, or super high def. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks. Okay, everyone, we're going to lose the red bracket. The 5 minute is confirming along, and so let's just lose that bracket. We're gonna stay short. We're staying short into the weekend. That's the plan. So we can give you a view though what that looks like on the Rinko, and there it is. It's a beautiful thing. Right out of the green zone. Boom, right out of it. You know, probably pause up around here. A little pull back, but beautiful thing. It's freezing down here. I tell you what, man, it was 58 degrees in Tampa Bay this morning. Brrr, man, the house is like 65, 68, something like that. Oh, man, blood gets really thin. I'm all bundled up. I got sweatpants on, sweaters on. I can fire up the fireplace. We're freezing down here. What's the temp where you guys are? Okay, everyone. Happy New Year. And we're going to close the stream down. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you had a good day. And we'll be back next week for sure. All right. Wish everyone the best.